Turn flex. Morning, guys. Sorry, my allergies are killing me today. Pretty solid gap up overnight. Need to see if this 125, 135 area will hold on ES. Testing our lows on NQ right now into a PVT. You have ES at our VWAP on the 15 here at 134. We really need this 21 to 900 area to hold on NQ as we push down into 125, 135. Or things look like they'll probably just go for the gap fill. On our reversion boxes, both ES and RTY, ADR low on NQ. NQ leading us down. Nvidia, yeah, okay. I wish this chart would. What is going? What? What? Why did that just happen? What? Ugh.
Goldman Sachs still expect the Bank of England to start cutting interest rates from June.
We're at the top of my no man's land at that 160.50. Alright. Nvidia. Okay, well, it's already done. You want this edge to ideally hold 878.50, 874.50. We can hold here, probably traverse in this range. We're just at our previous seller. We've sold here over and over and over and over again. Yeah. Hearing. But I mean, honestly, it's just you have a oscillating the node. $35 holding so far on ES. It's the top edge of the area that I'm looking for us to kind of sustain, 35 to 25. Don't want us below 25s. 25s was our high yesterday. It was the high from FOMC. I'd like us to hold FOMC now.
So looking now to the fear and greed index, 41 out of 100, which indicates fear, while the crypto fear and greed index is at 48 out of 100, which indicates neutral. And keep an eye on the VIX as well, which is down around 4% at 14.06.
You might need to scroll out, but like scroll to the left and then scroll back in. It happens to me all the time as well. It's a trading view issue with all the indicators that require a certain amount of bars to be seen for it to load the data. Then I try. I have to do it like 10 times a day. What is the error that it says? If you go to the top left corner, there should be a little like red circle with an exclamation mark if you have an error on an indicator. If you open up the indicators. All right, yeah, thanks. Russell leading down now. Need back over 46.7. We're probably on our way back down another 10. Get 41s. Got a buyer down here on an 80. Excuse me. Again, sorry, I'm kind of dying. Trying to mute. We're looking for 35 to be our offer now on ES for a move down to 25s. Again, like 10 points. Until we see Russell and NQ find a low, right, and break this these lower highs, lower lows, handling down that we have right now. Just don't expect a ton of upside, right? Looks like NQ probably needs to come back down to 70s if this 900 doesn't hold.
Just keep in mind in 10 minutes time now at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, Fed's Goolsbee is due to be appearing on Bloomberg TV as a last-minute interview.
We need back over 40s on NQ for anything more, or this 25 to 37 area is going to act as our resistance from where our previous buyer was. I don't play any Destiny. I gave up on that game years ago. I don't know. I haven't wanted to play a video game in so long. I'm hoping that I like have the willpower to play V Rising. I love that game. That's out soon. I don't know, man. Energy. Again, you really want like this buyer to continue to be found at this 902 on NQ, or a move down to 70s seems pretty likely. If 35s continue to hold as resistance and we fail to make it supportive, we look for that move down into 25 to 21 on ES. Russell, this is where that last buyer was at 41.1. Either we find a low here, as in this 902 and 41.1, or it really does feel like we're gonna get that next leg down.
US Treasury yields now trimming losses after sharp fall. 10-year yield last down 3.7 basis points at 4.534%.
Immediate bounce off that 41.1 on the Russell back to our value low. This is just the range. We're in an expansion but downtrend. Need to see a push over 47.8 value. NQ seller is also above here at this 50, 70 level. Want to just watch our interaction here. Buy side needs to be able to build over 70 for more upside, or expect the seller to defend this edge of the node. Our test on RTY to see if we can get back into value. Forming here.
So keep in mind, Chicago Fed President Goolsbee are currently speaking on Bloomberg TV.
Russell holding so far. A bit more. Again, NQ and ES at resistance. Might take a bit while we build out. New 15's just opened.
Fed Goolsbee says 175,000 jobs is a very solid report. Fed Goolsbee says hit a bump on inflation at the start of the year. Says you need to take a step back and see what the inflation bump is. Feds Goolsby says the more jobs reports that look like they did pre-COVID, the more confidence there is that the economy is not overheating.
High retest, value low retest on ES. Your higher low if it was going to hold. Same with 925 on NQ. Russell failed to hold value, so now we have to look for a potential reoffer at 47.6. It's the middle of our range. So we watch now to see if the offer now holds this area as resistance. We push into it for a rotation back down off of a failure, or if we can build back, look up. I would say this first path is more likely if yes and then don't show a solid bid here.
Feds Goolsby says the Fed must get comfortable that recent inflation is not a sign of re-acceleration.
It really wasn't though. I just had a really bad sleep. I don't know why. I woke up and like could not breathe. Took 2 Zyrtec and just like I'm hoping that I feel better once it actually starts working. Oh boy.
Feds Goolsby says what happened in the job market this year has to be renormed based on estimates of higher immigration. They're still trying to analyze that.
Everything else looks pretty bad with the higher lows. Like NQ is kind of your last shot here into 25, 22. Like this edge holds or we come back down. Russell back down bottom of range, 41.1.
Feds Goolsby says the more jobs reports like today, the more comfort I will have. Feds Goolsby says I think monetary policy is restrictive. Says the real federal funds rate is as high as it has been in decades.
Another Russell oscillation from our 41.1 back up to the top of the range. Very clear range that RTY is trading in. NQ held our low back up to our resistance here into 60.
Fed Scoresby says, I have to get more comfort on whether the Fed is still on a path to lower inflation.
I don't think ES is in a tradable range. I think Russell and NQ by far the better structure. ES still seems pretty choppy.
JP Morgan expects the ECB to deliver 75 basis points of interest rate cuts in 2024 after it removes the October cut. Goolsby says if the Fed remains restrictive too long, it will have to think about the employment side of the mandate, but current numbers are solid. Fed Scoresby says when the business cycle turns, it is not subtle, with credit deteriorating, unemployment rising, and we have not seen that yet.
They're lagging. Okay, top edge here on NQ, ETH high. Need to make it supportive for a push up to 93, 993. Russell coming up into our top of our range. See if the NQ break can hold at 65, 69 area. Again, ES still pretty choppy compared to the others, but it is attempting to push at the highs now. Really want over 45 to it's like 40, 45 really. Watch our PVs here as we push into it. Russell coming back up to our highs. Do 15s in 6 seconds. Try retest, see if we can hold this edge at ETH high and then Q. The idea right now is that this can be support the sellers then off sides. We want buyers to be present here. We push into it, and then we want to see a bid over our PVC value high. To see the Russell be able to hold top of this range, or we expect the same rotations again from a failure from sell side present here. How many of you guys in chat feel like you have like one setup down? Like if you could see that one setup every day, feel like you can make that. Like you have a pretty successful trade once you see like a certain pattern or a certain sort of price action play out. That you feel comfortable playing around with that. Yeah, you guys feel like you have one of those when I like said that something clicked. Have you guys thought about just doing the copy trader and getting like, you know, 4 or 5 accounts and just taking that one trade, and then like that's your trade on the day? And because you have multiple accounts taking the same trade, you're making good money, but you're not increasing your risk. Like think about if you had like 10 Apex accounts or 10, you know, Top Step accounts, and you took that one trade that you were like really confident in, and then you just compounded all of those gains together, right? You took that exact same trade on all 10 accounts, and then you were done for the day. And then across all the accounts, you'd made the same amount of money if you had stayed for the entire day. But you played your one setup that you were like really comfortable playing. I've been thinking about that a lot with like how to abuse prop firms for your benefit. And like if you're journaling at all, or if you feel like you have like one setup on a day that you feel like works pretty well, like you just save those accounts for only that trade, right? Only when you see exactly what you want to see happening and you take a swing on it. And then you don't have to over leverage then because you have multiple accounts taking the same trade, getting the same fill. This is like probably like the one thing that you can do without it being a live market account while still making like a decent amount of profits. You can get all of these accounts filled at basically the exact same level. It's sim. So like it by far just seems like the best way to take advantage of that those sim account. I don't know. Yeah, okay. But like you're not taking like a huge loss with that trade, right? You're splitting all of your risk over multiple accounts. I think the problem is if you try to like scalp with all of them on at the same time. But if you have like one setup that you're like pretty sure will play, right? If it's just like waiting for us to come into like PVC value low or something from an extreme, like from a push away and like a mean reversion, or if it's like the morning setup with the gap on the break of our morning balance structure, looking for the gap down, like you find like one trade that you're like pretty confident in, you wait for that, you don't touch those accounts without it, and that's how you make your money. And like either the trade works or it doesn't. The trade presents itself or it doesn't. You don't take any trades off of it. I think you'd probably, a lot of you would be in a pretty good position with that. I feel like a lot of the issues stem from staying for the entire session and over trading. Just a thought. Maybe that'll convince you to figure that setup out that you really enjoy trading when it presents itself and you feel like you understand the action that leads up into it. Start like really thinking about that, and then start forward and back testing it. And if you feel like that it actually does have some edge to it, it might be worth looking into opening multiple accounts for exactly that. I honestly want nothing to do with this range. Just 10 points right now, 145 to 35s, the two levels that we've marked on ES. Buyer there, seller above. Russell in the middle of the range, still failing to breach. Yeah, you just have to be careful with Apex because like they do like the 80% off, 90% off, but it's just the same price as like regular Top Step or like a trade day account. And then you have to still have the activation fee, right? So like that 80 or 90% off, like that's their base price. Like they always have that sale up. Just an advertising uh, novelty. I feel like the only time Apex is like actually worth is if it's 90% off. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's just a advertising gimmick. That's good to know that the code still works even when they're not advertising. PVZ just opened, but our bottom level has not changed on still just this 21-20 area. Yeah, again, I'm not a huge fan of this range, so I think we have to wait a bit. See if we can get that leg down into that like 80 area on NQ would be nice, just for like a new low and have some room to work with, but not a huge fan here. Like either we build above ETHI or we look for a new low. I just like don't want anything to do with in between. Up, Julian. I mean, I don't really want to trade this, to be honest. Just waiting right now. I think you want this 20, 21 area to hold on NQ this low, but things look pretty choppy still. Like, it's just the slowest grind down channel I've ever seen. I just think we need to find an extreme first before I want to really engage. I'd like to see like ES into 25s and NQ down into like 80 for like to potentially trap people, and hopefully that like brings a bit more liquidity. I just don't really want to interact here. Don't really see anyone that I want to play with. So until we do, like, it's just feels a bit stale. Yeah, 880 on that. Or push over 950s and a supportive bid. Because, like, if we can hold 950, we should be able to trade back up to 990-ish. But, like, if 950 holds, I still like down that 880. This feels like really in the middle right now. The best way I could put it. Like where ES is holding is solid. We want this 35 to basically become supportive. But it feels like we're building it out right now. And buy side lacks a bit of initiative. And like if 35s ever go offer, we see a seller like step in, we'll look for that to that breaks below this most recent low. Like say this 35th area doesn't hold anymore, we'll look for like this to become our offer and then look for that down. And then we can pay attention when we come into this 5. But like if we continue to just find buyers here and they lift, like we're just gonna get chop into the zone until we see this become supportive. Later, Ty. It does seem like the afternoon might be decent. How slow the morning is. Really see like maybe you'll have better luck with Mario's session. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying is like you don't really see the selling initiative at the lows, but buy side is willing to hold us here, but we're not really able to push out. So until we see either like someone get trapped or a buyer initiate above our range highs, it seems like we're just kind of like in the like we have to wait for someone to show their hand, right? Like it's like I don't really care about this passive action that's happening at 35s, to be honest. And like yes, it definitely has potential to punish on either side. I think just waiting for someone to step in who's showing like actual initiative, like this person on Russell and you here, will help with the ES action, because I think the ES is pretty untradeable right now. Watch the reoffer into this 41. if sell side's in control, we want to see them reject this 19, 21, 19 area where we have our PVZ and our anchored VWAP. If we see a look above and then see a solid rebid, we probably push up, and then this creates enough excess at the lows, will give us like actually some run. But if the offer is willing to hold here where these previous buyers were, then we're going to get that last like down into that 70, 82 area that I've been looking for on NQ. So this should be a pretty enlightening area to let us know. Same thing with the Russell, testing our value low now.
Natural gas futures extending their gains, so prices up to the highest level since February of 2024 now.
Sausage for a good maple sausage. Yeah, it does, Sky. Check the pins. until the Russell loses momentum, this is gonna keep going up. So we just watch this 43.50 to POC above and see if our sell side is willing to interact there. It's just your reoffer. We're waiting to see if momentum gets lost in this area here. We want to see a look below value, or this is just going to rotate back down and then pop. Upside, nothing's changed with what we need. Need acceptance above our POC for a move back up to like 47.6. Watching this recovery of our 21s on NQ. Again, just what we were talking about. If sell side is unwilling to transact there, then we'll rotate back up to top of range. Algo box? No. It looks really messy. The best way I can put it. But it looks like it just trades harmonics. You can use something like Tick Stripe for the audio tape if you want. But that dude on Twitter who makes algo boxes like just won't shut up about ICT, man. Like actually annoying. Like I go on and like the only thing he talks about is ICT. I can turn on audio tape again if you want for stream. It's just gonna be a lot of clicking. We used to have it on. Glad to hear it, Benjamin. Huge. God, this action is so rough. Oh boy. Coming into our Russell value retest here, 41.1. Buy side's willing to defend this for another range rotation, or it'll step in and become our offer and a pierce below. Same thing on NQ and ES, 32.50, and our 21s on NQ. Buy side's willing to defend for a higher low, or we watch a pierce below these levels and then look for them to offer as sell side for continuation down. Zero tick test as well. Do you have Algo Box? Hmm. I watched a video where that guy did a YouTube stream when he blew up like a $70,000 account in a single trade, just not following his PT. And then he closed the stream. Ugh. Solid bounce at our 21s on NQ, bottom of our range on RTY at our 41.1, and our 3250 on ES with the hold of our zero tick. Sellers failed to push below, which means that we retest the high. Need to see a look over 4350 here on the Russell. I really don't want to be trapped in this range, guys. Like, I have no interest. It is small scalps only if you are attempting to trade this just off of our edges. I would not be looking for continuation until we see someone actively looking to seek out continuation. These rotations are pretty small. So I just don't really see the ability to leave runners right now for scalping.
Cheniere Chief Commercial Officer Anatol Feyin says LNG supplies to tighten on the heat wave in Asia and technical challenges at some plants.
Yeah, no problem, Sky. And if I ever change the layouts, I'll update that pinned message so that it's the new charts. But those will always be my charts that I'm currently using will always be pinned at that on that post. Error on bar 20. What time frame are you using? So what it's doing is it's saying that it's using yeah, it's a trading view error. So charts trading view gives charts like a few seconds to load, and you have a certain max amount of time for an indicator to load, and if it does not load within that window of time, it will then give you an error saying that you've used the allotted time for an indicator to load, basically. And they changed it so that different subscription tiers give you a different amount of time to allow indicators to load. So it sounds like you just either are trying to load too much data on too small of a time frame, or your tier isn't allowing you to that indicator what it seems to be. You're pushing over the max load, yeah. So you need to probably, like what Surf said, zoom in a bit more. You're loading too many bars, and it's taking too long to compute the data. So it's just not even attempting. That's what I'm saying, Jason. Get me out of here. It's classic. This video is wild. This is our top of range here on NQ and RTY, pushing into resistances on all three. I just took off indicators just to highlight, like, we have a few zones, that's it. We need to see 44.5 become supportive on the Russell, need to see 65s become supportive on NQ, and we need to push back over this 43.25 on ES. 30-second opening range high here on on NQ, right? We want to be able to build and then be able to push. We want to see the Russell be able to make this supportive for that move up to 47.6. If we can do that, then there's signs that we can break out of this range. But if buyers fail here, right, then we'll look for a look back in, this to offer, and then trade and rotate back down. Just keep it on 85 above at NQ, where our previous seller was. $85 test now. Offer still sitting there. We want basically like 65, 66 area to bid on this retest from the offer. Want to be able to hold this edge, ideally, for more. Russell doing what it needs to, which is starting to build out this flag at our previous seller, showing buy sides willing to accept outside at the high of the range.
So just keeping an eye on the markets now. S&P 500 holding gains up at 0.6%. The dollar, it's reversed some of those losses from NFP this morning, still down 0.4% on the session. So Wall Street took a slowdown in the US job markets as an indication that the Fed will be able to start cutting rates as early as September, as shown by Fed fund futures pricing, with traders sending stocks up sharply as bond yields fell.
What? Shrugged what you said, Kevin. It's crazy. I'm like looking at their the economy now. I don't know a ton about the Korean War, but I didn't realize like North Korea was ahead industrial. for a while there until the war. Look at the growth now. I was just looking at the comment section. Nuts. That war ruined them.
Instead of seeing the S&P 500 extending gains now as the VIX is dropping, it's down around 6% at 13.8 on the session now.
This Russell hold is promising. Same with ES. I do want to see a bit more downside on NQ, or a look over 85s relatively fast with a rebid. NQ action just makes me feel like we need a bit more. But I'm a fan of where the Russell held at the 44.5. Still would like to see that push down into 5s on NQ. But like a look over 85s is just as good at a hold. But this ability to kind of build and find a bid here and then pop would be, I think, our best bet. Just showing acceptance outside of here and then willing to kind of participate and build at this old high. If this doesn't hold, right, then we're just back into this previous range below. Makes for a nice pivot. It's fine either way. Russell leading, probably, just like yesterday with the hold of this. Build here, ability to then bid, push. What we want to see, just basically our old ranges holding. Wanted to, the NQ test would have been really good. What it is, 85s again on NQ. Need over this. Get us out of here, man. Bid is trying to move up to this 85. Holding so far. Offer has moved from 85 up to 91.50. Need to see if the Russell can do this. So we're also at our 48.50 target on ES. We want to see, just like we saw at 43s, the ability to look above and then bid here. Currently resistance. Need to make it supportive for that move up to 55. is going on. This is like what our NQ footprint looks like right now. Wanted to highlight. Like, it is very clear. This is where we are, the seller here on NQ. This buyer is that 50 level that our opening range, our 30-second opening range is playing around. We're either holding above or below it, right? We're now holding it as support at our 50s. We've traded back up to our seller here at 85. We want to see 85s become supportive for a look up into that 20 and then our high a day. If that fails to hold and we failed to be able to build here between this 1800 and this 85, that's when we can start to rotate back down to that 950. This buyer is only really present here at this like really close to where we're currently trading. So pullbacks feel pretty likely off of these failures. We need to see a bit more excess above 85 to 1800, or it just feels like we'll rotate back down before getting the real test. Watching the Russell rebid here. We want buy side to be present. Pull back. NQ looking for break. New 15's just opened. Gonna shift this with our current action. Watching this 42.9 on RTY, see if a buyer will step in there. Any dip here we want to see immediately bought, or a full rotation makes sense on the Russell off the loss of momentum. Should look for offers, the offers above. And if we don't see the bid step in, then we look for that move down into that 55 area. I really want to see if bids can hold here and pop us back up, or if the offer will stick for that lower high for a rotation back down.
Russia sees May diesel export by sea at the lowest in over 3 years.
Morning, Nick. Offers attempting to lower here from where our previous buyer was. Just need to see if we get this last leg or if sell side fails. Russell trying to build a base still at this 41.1. There's potentially a seller offside down into 72s, but we need to see a push over over like 93 here from buy side if this is going to play. I thought so as well, and then this guy got caught from the Russell pop. Still just chop, waiting to see if this buyer can interact here. If this guy's caught on 72 actually, and we push over 93s, then that's it. As soon as the Russell comes to that halt and we come to a pivot and it finds support, it's like, okay. Want that one over 93. There's your pop over 93. See if we can now find a come bid, or if the offer will still stick here. We look back into it. About 1 year to 1800. Back up to our resistance on the Russell. Need to see if we can break or if this will be the top again. Russell kind of leading momentum wise, right? So loss of momentum equals trade over short term. Need to be able to see a higher low and the ability to reach our highs. Same thing with ES 4850. Same resistance as before. This is kind of how I'm viewing it right now, short term. Minute and 30 seconds. Minute and 40 seconds left on this 15. Testing into our resistance now at 1800s. Need over 15 for any excess. ES now trying to build at our 4850. Russell still holding our sell side. This 45, this like 50 level, incredibly important for ES, for us to be able to build up here. 30 seconds until new 15s. Everything's just at resistance still, holding. We want to see higher lows be able to build. Yeah, I took a I had to flip script there pretty quick. I was looking for a continuation short back down to 65s at the lows here in the offer. And then I had to immediately stop myself out and then go long for the push up to make up for it. But I saw that we weren't going to get it. So stopped and then bought two, sold one, bought another, and then sold and then stopped out here. Now I'm just waiting. We're back down to that level. But just reversing my play as soon as I saw the Russell bid and not hold the 41s as resistance. As soon as that Russell finds that low, you just gotta like be like, oh, okay, that's that. Sellers were unwilling to offer right the previous bid, so it's like, okay, well, the buyers are willing to step back up, and then we see them like actually push into it. Like, oh, okay, I'm out. Your options then are to either reverse your play because what you wanted to happen didn't happen and the opposite reaction did, right? Or you just sideline yourself until you see what you want to play out. I should make some of the templates default for you guys. I'll have to figure out how to do that so that you can just search up like TFC or Tendy Shop or something and then find the Trade of 8 layouts. There's no reason why we're not doing that already. Yeah, it's just it's a good higher time frame footprint. So like if you already utilize like a 15-minute chart, it just is giving you more information. So I use that as like my understanding of like our ranges for scalps for the smaller time frame. That's all. Yeah, I think if you like dom trading, it makes sense. That time frame. I wish the DOM on Intraday would auto center. Or at least keep like it doesn't even need to auto center, it just needs to keep the current auction in frame. That's literally it. Like the one thing that's really great about the Quant Tower DOM is it does that. One of the many good things about the Quant Tower DOM, I should say. This is just chop until the Russell figures out if it wants to break. NQ just back down to our basing at 85s. Yeah, Sierra is good, but it's just such an outdated platform. They need a UI change, but it has some amazing tools. It's such a pain in the ass to set up, though, initially. Keeping an eye on the Russell here. Buy side trying to interact where sellers were before at that 46.7. Want to see the breach and then the ability to hold. Want to see NQ over 1800s with the same move. Sellers are still willing to participate here, then there's no change. Want these Russell higher lows to maintain and break us out of here. Yeah, TOS and Tradeovate have made trading easy for me. I still haven't tried Ninja, but like not having to understand like data feeds and like selecting which accounts you're using and everything, like everything kind of just being one in like a pretty clean format is really nice for new users. Like even quant, you have to like buy a specific data feed and then apply it, and you have to like be on that data feed for to get anything that's useful. And then it's like, okay, well then what's the right data feed? And that just opens a bunch of doors to questions that you didn't even know that you needed to have the answers for as like a newer trader, which is fine, right? Like it's like just the initial learning curve, but it makes the entire process a bit more overwhelming. Yeah, the worst kind of balance day. The choppy, slow balance day, and not the clean rotations between high and low looking for excess. our levels are good, our ranges are good. We're just not getting follow through on either side in the extremes, right? It's just balance. But like everything other than the initial entries off of the edges feels like absolute garbage for continuation. Just like yesterday, waiting for your tick extreme off of a failure at the highs has offered by far the best setups on the day. Like if you look just at our rotations on the day, these moves down into our extremes have offered by far the best looks to see if sellers are going to step in and have control. They've offered relief from sell side exhaustion, and then we look for just a higher low off of those the reactions. There has been a lot more chop between the 0 and 500, making it feel pretty garbage up here. But if you're just waiting for these extremes into our pivots, you're going to have a much better time initiating trades on the day. Same with the initial reaction into our 500 on our first test, and our initial reaction from that first 500 look into our first test of 0. Those are going to be offering your best trades. Everything else feels pretty bad. Just to, if you are trying to like get a feel for it on paper, first reactions into 500, first reactions into negative 500, first reaction into 0 from the failure at 500, right? Like these are offering your best trades. And then it's just looking for continuation. But these are just like great examples of where we can look for relief. If sell side fails, we look for a relief bounce. And this is either going to be where your offer sits, right? As we retest 0 off of this relief bounce, your offer would be most likely into this 0 tick hold and into whatever the pivot is for this reaction. But like if we don't see that, we see the push above, right? Like we know that sell side isn't willing to interact there and they've gotten stuffed at the lows, and now we look for continuation up. I think like those extremes and like the first tests into our areas that matter are telling us more than anything. And then it's just playing our value. Like as soon as we see these tests outside of our value and then the recovery within, right? Like this becomes like a pretty important area. So like on a balanced day, right? We look for excess outside of value, then we look for the recovery of value, and then we look for rotations through value. This being value. And same thing on the other side. Failure at the highs, right? We look for retests inside. We look for rotations through value. My belief right now is that if Russell can't build above 47.6 and ES can't get back over value high here, that we're just going to rotate back down to POC. Again, like it's balanced until proven otherwise. So we need to see willing buyers willing to interact at our edge highs up our tails. Everything else like pretty tight ranges, like NQ, very tight range between 100 and 5. Russell should let us know. Watching our reoffer. Again, like what does buy side continuation look like for expansion? well, it'll look like the ability to build here at our value high, and then look for retests and off, right? It's the acceptance outside of value. When we get stuff like this, this is the same thing at the lows, at the highs. You see excess outside of value, push back in, retest of our value as support, and then continuation. So what are we looking for here for a failure for continuation down? Well, you have excess, push back in. Now we're looking for ability to see acceptance with inside value again, and then continuation down. Right? We need to see the ability to build above if we're going to get expansion, or we just look for a reversion back within value. What a shift from Thor. Holy crap. Yeah, it seems like it.
So seeing Sky News Arabia on X here, citing the Walla website, citing a senior Israeli official, they say that Hamas is expected to agree to the first phase of the exchange agreement with harsh conditions.
Nice, man. Been having so much fun with it. I used like 300 or 400 credits last night making songs. Just trying to figure things out. Here, Russell rotation from the failure. Still waiting to see if this offer is going to hold. Still failing at our value high. NQ bottom of range. Really dependent here if the Russell is going to be able to hold our AVWAP and our POC. Failure here will result in that continuation down. I still am not a huge believer that we're going to get any expansion here until I see fire step in. It feels, again, much more like a rotation back down to POC side value. But we are at the will of RTY and NQ here for our ES move. If they want to hold our ranges, right, we'll hold ranges. But I think looking for that offer at value high still is probably your best bet until you see NQ and RTY show that they want to break outside. This looks pretty weak still. What kind of Jadro are you making, Kevin? I feel like it works a lot better with custom lyrics. I don't know if you've played with that. Yeah, I hope that they have sliders soon that allow you to pick voices. or like even just identify female or male. It'd be really helpful. Watching our zero tick reaction. Ideally, if this is going to continue down, you'd want to see zero reject. Good first target here on NQ into 74. Feel like this 74 edge holds, or we trade back down to like 65. Keeping an eye on the Russell still, see if that momentum will continue downside. Again, at our AVWAP, which is our pivot here, 44.4, 43.50. Wow, this market is so slow. Fair call spread. High risk play. Any gamblers in the chat? So again, at the whims of Russell and Q, so they're holding our lows, so not a ton yet. Just our reply to our footprint with an update. Just still balanced. Need Russell and NQ to break below our PVZ. '51s is top of range on ES until we can breach. Their 30-second opening range low. This is so slow, killing me. Russell back at top of range. We will continue doing these oscillations until side breaks and holds the support. As annoying as that is. You want 51s to now stay bid on ES if it's go up. We test our value on ES. Now we watch to see if the offer rejects at 51s. Russell still maintaining a higher low and down. See if I can visualize this the same way I see it on the 15. Yeah. You see how positioning is happening weight-wise? Like, this is still just sell side up here. But if we're able to become, if this ever is able to make it supportive, right, like there's potential where we can look up. But we need to show that this edge has willing participants or the range will persist. You have a lot of positioning happening into this high from both buyers and sellers. And we are going to continue to rotate this range, and they break below and the offer holding will lead to downside, right? But we are rotating between these 2 points with a really tight POC and value high. Every time excess comes in this range so far, we have reversed, retested, and then pushed down. Why it's making this area pretty garbage to trade. No, I mean, there's been nothing worth taking. You can't tell from my enthusiasm, like, today is just boring. Oh, boring. Another rejection at our high of our fixed range where that positioning is taking place. Back down to the low of the range. Again, until it breaks and we see the reoffer outside, just expect rotation after rotation after rotation. We need a shift to occur. Welcome, Sauce. You picked a good day to sleep in on, to be honest. The edges are fine, but they feel like shit being in them. Like it's a balanced day, but the balance is bad.
Hi guys.
So
Not much. What is up with you guys?
very bored.
Sound like fun.
What's the 1000% trade today, Mario?
You go long ES and then short ES
Hmm.
and then close whichever one's green.
Nice.
Where has Garoto been? Did he die? Didn't he go to like South America or something? He's just dead?
Yeah, he's dead.
Poor guy.
He told me Drake's diss track was better than Kendrick's and then died.
Oh.
Last time I heard him. his reasoning was because he was a Swiftie as well, so that didn't help.
Yeah, well, that's one of my main grievances with that man, so. What are you gonna do? Apple is doing a pretty good job holding up here, huh?
Yeah.
What a move.
ES now looks the best out of everything. Went from looking like one of the worst to the best. We want to see the Russell be able to still push over this 47.6. But this ability to build at 51s is really big. Watching our reactions here into 1800 on NQ, as well as our 47.6 on the Russell. Should be able to go for 55s on ES, I think, if we can see a bid step in to defend this higher low at 53.
Was that that pre-market little push off unemployment and non-farm, or was there something else?
Mm,
Do you know?
I think that was basically it.
Okay. I haven't looked at the data yet.
Yeah,
Kind
non-farm
of
caused like a
news.
huge push down in the dollar and a big pop on
Yeah, okay.
ES and NQ. This is top of range here on ES into 56, 55. Move stops up, look for support to build above if it's going to do it. If not, just not a ton here until we see this build out. 53 is held, but still need to see this a bit more life. It's our first look over 1800 on NQ and Russell over our 47.6. We can build, then we get continuation and expansion off of the hold of our value high and failure from sellers to maintain us below.
I have not used the max pain command in probably like 3 years.
I think it's just max pain.
Didn't they change the exclamation though? Here. If you do the backslash and then you want it for what, spy? I guess? Can you do like ES? Surely it doesn't, futures don't work with OpenBB, right? Not like this. Spy expiry today, the 3rd. Yeah, you figured it out.
You just want to see 53s continue to bid. We pushed up into our resistance on ES. Want to build this out. We really want to see the Russell be able to break out of this range for the continuation. NQ still locked with all this volume that was traded up here. Very clear zone to zone. But I think the Russell breaching and holding will give you what you want. Two minutes, 40 seconds until new 15s. Hopefully we are able to push a bit more than this for the new 15 candle to come out and then hold.
I did not see that you posted that that crypto project yesterday as well, Sig.
Oh yeah, ends man.
Saw that last night, and I was like, "What is this?"
We have officially gone too far.
I was pretty bullish.
Yeah.
Pretty bullish.
Something. Get me out of here. I mean, I can. But why? You don't want to watch my live, man?
Yeah, what's up with that?
Actually, I don't know how to remove rolls anymore. Oh, I had to scroll down. Never mind. We're good.
There's so many rules.
Yeah, they be deleted. Alright, I removed it for you, man. Hope it helps.
Do you feel free, Gav? I'll make sure to tag you every time.
I'm now just gonna
Let's-
personally tag and
yeah.
post.
Yeah, I'll be pinging you a lot. Don't worry about that. Do you want like pings for all the champions in Europa League games too, Gav? I know you're super into that, so I'll make sure I get it done.
What did I hate about soccer?
It's just our generation's like abusive football dads that just ruined it for so many people. That was like my dad. He would not let me play when I was younger because he thought it was so boring, and then like I finally like forced myself into it, and he's like, "Oh, this is actually really fun. You guys like actually do like tackle each other and stuff." It's like, yeah, what do you? Come on,
Man.
come on. Yeah. So yeah, I can. I'll share the chart. You should have this linked, but so here's the newsletter chart. But the primary profile is just a fixed range, and I've been doing some adjustments of combining it, where my main fixed range right now is pulled from like the start of April, April 3rd. It's a Wednesday, just to have the fresh upper structure. Like if we like right now we're trading this low like March structure, and the beginning of April. So if we reject here and put down, I will bring this back over because I'll need to see stuff above, and then just use VMP for stuff below, like through the start of the year.
Get me out of this range.
I don't know if we.
Shit. What is this?
It's something. It's like the first thing I looked at today was Russell, and I was like, oh, okay, all right. Was that enough information though, Jason? And like kind of where the thought process of how I have it set up right now and stuff.
You use the same chart every week for the newsletter, right?
Correct, and I have forever. So like that link is called newsletter, and if you like go into the object tree, there's like I haven't been doing as good of a job lately of putting things in like folders, but there's folders for every week and every pathing through October on that link.
I
They're
should
just, like,
add your
hidden.
charts to the same pin that I have mine in, so they're just all together.
Sure, yeah.
Can you DM
That's
me your like the ones you want to share?
It's basically just that one.
Oh, okay.
I just
I'll
do
add it.
everything on there because the higher time frame is I don't
Yeah.
really chart on it. It's just the hourly chart. Good stuff, Kevin. Very nice. Yeah, and I think that's the way to do it, Sauce.
There you go.
That will be helpful for people. That was smart.
Back down, bottom of our range on NQ. We look to see if excess forms here, if buyers are willing to defend, if sellers get exhausted. Russell still has a bit more room down to 44.4 if it wants the full rotation from our high at 47.6. We are back down to our 51 pivot on ES. This is your 30-second opening range low. If 53s now hold offer, and we see a break below 51s, I
In
think
10
we
minutes
look
time at
back
1 p.m.
down.
Eastern, we get US Baker Hughes total rig count, prior 613. We also get US Baker Hughes oil rig count, prior 506.
I would just rely on the Russell coming back down into that low, and move your stops down if you are shorting off of our pivots here, just until the Russell finds support. Should be able to get continuation. Again, NQ bottom of range where we've been seeing bids step in. Just need Russell to find that low. 51 pivot ES. Russell coming down into our first edge test here to see if it needs to do the full rotation or if this 44.4 will bid.
Gains.
NQ bottom of
Price is
range.
up by 6%.
There's I mean, this 65-70 holds on NQ, bids step back over, pushes back over 85s, or we come back down into that like 50 area on NQ. Right, we're
In
looking
5 minutes
for
time
this
at 1
edge
p.m.
test
Eastern,
and
we
then
get
the bid to
US
step
Baker
in,
Hughes total rig count.
or look for it dip
Prior
down into this.
613. We also get US Baker Hughes oil rig counts. Prior 506.
Yeah, so like 65 is kind of the edge where you want to see buy side step in, and then look back over 75, ideally 85s for your secondary. Again, until the Russell shows that it wants to like actually bid. It's, 65 edge is just your 30-second opening range high. This is that retrace we were looking for the last 2 hours. But you want to see the bid step over our 75s or expect the offer to be sitting there. You should be able to get a full rotation if we can push over 85s again, but just keep 75 as your offer until proven otherwise. 85 kind of your breakout. 215s 1 minute.
Shortly expecting the Baker Hughes rig count data.
Thirty seconds, new 15s, new 30s. Yeah, I mean, you just have to get over this offer at 75. Got bullish divergence on tick. Watching for this 48.50 hold on ES. Need to get back over value high, or it'll just be a rejection point. But it at least gives you points. You're playing off 65s. New 15's open.
Total rig count 605, 605. Oil rig counts 499, 499.
These slowdowns are brutal, man.
Yeah, it's like even the read through there, like it made sense structurally, but just watching price action like on ES, it's like, are we gonna,
That's basically been my commentary today.
yeah.
That's it.
There's like, you can tell like size is trying to move, but they're being like really precarious about it. Like it'll flash and they'll be like, yeah, and they'll fill. I'll be like, okay, okay.
I'm out one more into 75. Got one runner from 66, from 65, actually, flat. Just waiting to see if we can get the pop to 85. I'll add if we can get over 85. Just a break even stop on this last. Happens or it doesn't. We watch Bookmap as well. Mario and I do not watch Bookmap, but we use similar sense. We're watching order flow.
There's a lot of like supplementals. Like I don't want to call Bookmap supplemental, but like you can use other tools like things that do the same thing.
I think Bookmap's good though. Like, there's nothing wrong
Yes.
with the service.
No.
I just don't want to dedicate a monitor. That's really it. Yeah, I mean, hopefully we get more. Oh, God, this action is so bad. What do we use for order flow? We have a footprint tape and that's it.
Sometimes I think like Bookmap, like you said, it's good. I agree. I sometimes feel like it takes away too much like the personal aspect of the learning,
Yes.
which like if you need to be able to see it your own. Another good thing is like within our indicator package, like the rebid line, like it works really well, and I think it's a good stepping stone. But then like going and be able to see that
Yes.
action as well, like, and utilizing both, where you should not just be like, oh, I have this line that draws for me, but like then asking yourself like, why is this, or like, is this area good? And I feel like Bookmap sometimes doesn't promote that second level thinking because they're giving you so much information. So that might be a weird way to look at it, of like, there's definitely still skill that you need for Bookmap, but
CJ, you use it quite a bit, right? You type it. Yeah, you get. What's up, Tatum? Our boy Tatum took a $1,000 payout yesterday from Top Step. Huge.
true. Based and factual.
Egypt to receive Hamas delegation in Cairo on Saturday to discuss Gaza truce. Egypt's Al Qahira News TV citing Egyptian senior source.
We can see 75 trying to stay bid now, offer lowering it a bit. We're hoping the Russell bid here will help with this move for the push into 85s. Again, I think over 85, if the bid can step in like we're seeing at 75s, that we can probably get the full rotation again. But it's just so slow. Again, I have one runner left, just break even. 5. Just kind of waiting on it. I've taken profit off of 2 5s. I haven't added. I do not have the patience for yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Here's your 85 target hit off of the holds of 75s. I took 3 contracts, but I'm out 2. Just have 1 left. If we can hold 85 on a look above, then I'll add again. Move my average up. You're able to start to like actually color it.
Oh, Mr. Varg is here. Hello, Mr. Varg.
Bro, hover at this range. Why would you bring that energy in here? Get out of here.
Doctor's orders, man.
Holy. Hold this range for the next 3 hours. Please, man. Don't do that to me. I logged on later so I could stay the full session, and then you want to put me in a 5-point range? That's crazy. Really nice rebid off of 85s. 92 now. For your previous value high. at 93.75. Expect sell side to be there. Above that, we look at. This is your ES 30-second opening range mid. Might need to see a rebid of 51s before we get any more on ES. Want to see buy side be able to step in and defend value.
All major underlines there made full range retraces except Microsoft. See, this is why Rory can't go on vacations. This is what happens.
So true. What did I see? I saw someone get potentially trapped down at 62.75, and we had our 30-second opening range at 65s. So just interacting off of that, and then knowing that the Russell pivot was here at 44.4, and our previous value low on gas here at this 46. So it was just like a nice inflection point, and then I saw someone potentially get trapped on it at 62. So just playing off of the recovery off 65s. We've seen this now happen twice where they've tried to sell into the lows and kind of get stuff that, like, okay, well, patient it is.
Skinto, if you feel yourself making like those type of mistakes a lot, I cannot stress enough to wait to look for longs until you have a clear directional shift, especially when you're looking at like a lower time frame like that. Like wait until you see a higher low. Because look at your first entry spots. Like it would still be lower to buy the set higher low. I understand. But with counter trend, like if giving up those couple points.
About
really
one
save
here.
you.
My new average is just my 85 for my ad when we rebid, pushing into our 1800s. Big. Here, this is a good example of why averaging at your next pivot for the rebid makes sense. You guys see how my initial ad is in this dip, looking for that buy. I'm selling into that 75 level, and then I don't add again until that 85s. You see how my average has moved to my 75? You see that? My invalidation. My average is now 75, which was our first pivot. Because I've added at 65, I've then added 85, my average is now moved to top is at break even, right? I've now taken profit 1 for 1800, but allowing myself that wiggle room of like my previous sell is now my break even point. So I've no potential loss on this trade, and I've taken profits off. That's like how I'll add to a position. It's like, oh, okay, we hit our rebid, 85s, put off. I'm not like adding or over leveraging it. I'm just moving my stop to a break-even point at my invalidation. Hitting here, taking profit into this level. I'm not adding. I could have added again at 75s if I wanted to, but understanding that we'll get a break if we can hold 85s, adding to that position there, playing up into the highs. Okay. because I care about where my average is. That's why it's like, if I'm bidding 65s and I'm looking for 75s and we know breakout probably occurs over 85, then I'm going to play for the breakout level and then move my average up. I don't want to over leverage into that breakout level. I just want to move it so that my stop is higher, but I'm still safe. I have wiggle room on the trade for chop without like getting stopped out from the runner. I don't know. Hopefully that makes sense. That's by far the best way that I've like been able to emotionally manage trades while adding, like being careful my ads so that like my average is still like a solid level to play around.
It is so easy to think you have Momo and then like add into the top,
Bro.
and your break even then just becomes like the worst spot ever.
Yeah, well, it's like yesterday when I was explaining how I took like a $465 loss in 55 seconds. And it's like,
Yes.
okay,
Expecting the results of the
like
Federal
it
Reserve
is what it
Corporation.
is, but like that feels terrible.
Yep.
Like the only reason I was even willing to add there is because I was in from so much lower to the break even to still, like, I could take a $465 loss in 55 seconds and it was still a break even trade on that contract.
Yep.
But like, imagine if I hadn't, and I was my first ad, I'd feel pretty bad.
$70 counterparties take 450 spots 165 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
I don't know if we get more. I'm really unsure.
He did it on voice cav. It was like mid-afternoon, so you could probably go pull a VOD. I feel like that would probably be the cleanest way to do it.
Yeah, I posted like the actual trades and the chart. I can try to find it. But I don't know if I posted. I think I just explained it on chart, but then posted the actual. So much. Was that yesterday or was that 2 days?
I think it was yesterday. It had to be yesterday. I was here. You are seeing some activity up on this as we approach 55 there on the ask. Yes. Still resting. So much buy pressure into this top edge throughout the day.
What do I give? Oh wait, here. If it was just yesterday, let me. Oh yeah, okay. This is from yesterday. Why did that? I basically allowed this trade. I took 3 off, and then I left 1 runner, and then I tried adding on my runner. That's why this trade's 46 minutes long compared to these 8 to like 15-minute trades. And I let this one go all the way back down to break even, basically, by trying to take a sneaky ad. And then we immediately got a wick down and a liquidation candle, and I got stopped out. But my last contract was for 530, and this contract was for 465. So this trade, if this was my original ad, would have completely just been a horrible loss. But because I've moved my stop to break even, trying to add in on that contract, I was able to take a break even, a slight profit actually on that, and still get out while still securing gains. And then after I got stopped out, we then played back up. That then became a really nice entry once we had pushed back over that level. So I don't know why I cropped that screen. These are the trades that happened after it. Right, so like I get stopped out, I take a break even hit, and it's like, okay, that sucks. I take initial profit off, and then we play it back up once I get stopped, and then we play the other side. And it's like, this hit doesn't matter because I'm using solid risk management, and I'm not letting a trade that was significantly green go red, and I know objectively that my ad did not work. So now I need to play around that. I need to accept that as a loss, get out for break even, not let that go red, and then enter back in once that trade goes positive again, or once the idea works out. And you can probably find that area very quick. It's annoying as hell. I think it was like this wick here, to be honest. Or no, still Friday. Looked very similar to the Thursday. Why am I on ET? Yeah, I think it was this wick right here. Got me. I was like, okay, well, fuck me. And then we just entered again and then played it up. But like, I have to take profit there. Like, you cannot not take profit. You have to play it. Like, if we break back down break even, it's like, okay, it is what it is, but it was worth a shot. I didn't stay in this position for an extra 45 minutes to then like let that trade go red. Don't be an idiot. And like, getting stopped out there sucks, but like it's part of the process. Like it happens. And then, but it's like, what do you do afterwards? Okay, well, I'll get back in once I see what I want. Move on from. And like, that'll show in. And then like here, this is what it looked like. Right, like we come back. It's fine. I did like a pretty like in detail explanation on the VOD from yesterday, like going through it, but that's probably good. But I don't know, like that's the only way that I've been able to like emotionally manage ads is like trying at pivots. Like sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but like the worst that happens is that I exit the trade and my runner at break even. And like that's not a bad place to be in a worst case scenario. Yo, huge, Julian. Congrats. I'm gonna grab some water. Just keeping an eye on the Russell pivot here into our low. Ideally, we'd like to see this stay bid. Yes, and NQ still maintaining, so the Russell bounce here would be ideal. If it starts to lead down, just be careful if you're still in runners. You're looking for like 42s, value low. Don't see a bid step in. Just keep an eye on the shift, right? We've gotten our first shift on our AV WAP. It's the only one that's done it, where we're now below it. Distance.
Like Apple and Nvidia are looking here too, up out of range. Like to see Dixie. If Dixie comes down with this.
Of course, I got stopped out. It worst water break of my life. Did we moon now? Berg, bro, you got it. I'm about to ban you. That's crazy.
Or Varg.
That is crazy. Like John Tatum.
Are you tilted, bud? A rough morning. Range rotations here. Still keeping an eye on this 55 liquidity. Yes. Obviously 1800 and Q. No movement out of Russell there on that, but Apple is just whooshing. Tesla into VWAP here, top of node. Give me a Dixie cell and NQ 20k.
Holy.
One candle.
Holy.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah, you don't think that's a good target, Tato?
Sounds good to me, man.
Let me switch account. I was joking. Joking. No. Why would you do that, Tatum? Why would you break the habits that you are starting to build?
The barb guy? What does that mean?
Adrian, are you here still? Yes. Did you watch this yet? Surely this is gonna be incredible.
Or you want to move to Georgia? Albany, Georgia?
To Georgia?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Take the guest house.
Wow, what's going on in Georgia? Oh! That's actually a good price.
Dude, really nice.
I feel like, I guess I don't really know Georgia, but it looks, I don't.
It's 2 houses and a pool. Georgia's a nice
Georgia
place.
slander, please. Yeah, Sig spent some time in Georgia. Right? Isn't that, you went to
Yeah.
Georgia? Or you went to school? Yeah.
Savannah. Yeah, I went to SCAD. There we go, CJ. The ATL campus. The thing with SCAD is like it's everywhere. Like they just buy the city. I wonder which one you're near. Probably the I went to Savannah, but I was at the ATL for a bit. Go visit.
Full NQ retrace here really quick, guys. This is Russell into the value low as ES peaks into this range below.
Are you one by the by Peachtree? I think it's Peachtree, right? Yeah, yeah. They used to have like the best exchange program where you could go to any of their campuses like mid-semester. It was sick. They had a Hong Kong campus at the time. So like go over there. Okay. That is gone now. Really, these people copyright. Yeah, that's messed up, man. Multiple songs copyrighted by our very own Ty Love. After giving me specific permission to use it. Actually baited. I got copyright strikes yesterday on the AI playlist too. It's no one's safe. Yeah, we got false flagged twice.
NQES here back into like middle pivots. You want to see Russell come over this little like basing 42 or 43. 43 half for this drop down. Responsive off that value low though, but you want some more aggression.
This playlist might be a little too exciting for the 5-point range that we're trading in.
This might be our best chance for a little expansion. Dixie,
We
lower
could be
high,
able to
lower
feel
low.
something.
It's just a Russell. You know, it's good off value low there.
Yeah, it
Just gotta
was.
go. Gotta go.
I think that like because of like how they're I mean I don't know how they're generating it, but I'm sure that they had to like basically scrub like all of YouTube and every sample pack that's ever been created, right?
Yeah.
In their neural network. And so like I'm sure that some of the stuff that they're doing after defusing is just like it's gonna false flag a lot because there's similar sounds and samples. And so like that's probably all it is. You know? What I'm gonna assume.
There are so many songs that are like really popular that are literally the exact same chord progression.
Yes, yeah.
And like an AI cannot know. I've seen
Same
like
basic
Twitch
bitch.
streamers get like striked for just like beeping. That's like in the background of a song or something.
yeah.
It's like just their alarm going off.
If you don't dispute it, it's just like free money for them, so they're just gonna take advantage. Dispute everything. I used like almost half my credits, Varg, yesterday. No, I didn't. I didn't want to flood it. I was really trying to reproduce some specific sound. It's so hard because the prompts, the space, they give you 221 characters. Like how do I, what do I do with that? Like 90% of it is just like, can I find another word or a genre that persists of like 5 of the key descriptors in a single like a single genre. Like, how do I like condense this down to its like core where like they'll understand what I'm talking about while still giving a product that I actually want. Have you tried Suno's, Adrian? Or not Adrian, Julian? This one? And like you can't copy and paste lyrics that are from like mainstream songs, and you can't list artists from mainstream songs. So it's like, how can I get a similar vibe? Because that's like half the fun of AI would be just being like, oh, I would like, uh, like this song and it's just a different genre, right? Same lyrics, same tempo, same everything. I wish they would allow that.
Sauce, I know I am not Sig, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that short. This, to me, like, in terms of, like, range expectations, you have to play the first pivot, and then reevaluate your trade plan. So everything you did is right. It's just then the realization that, like, okay, we're holding here, like, we're going to maintain this auction. Right, and you have it drawn really well with your profiles where there's like very two distinct auctions occurring. Right, with a strong imbalance in between them. And if we're supporting that upper edge, you need to like lean on the side that auction is going to continue to auction.
Yeah, like I'm playing the higher low. But like I've been looking for 65s for like 2 hours, man. Like I think the short trade's fine, but like for me that was the pullback that I was looking for us to actually get to our 65. So like you can play the short down or just be getting ready to play the pop up. I usually don't want to play both sides because I feel like it's a bit aggressive.
It's also sauce, like like we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but understanding like where we are on the higher time frame, like specifically, okay, what happens on those tests, like when with ES structure? Well, we're trying to hold like a very important area and peek in, and we're doing that successfully. So it's like until it seems like a lot of points until you zoom out and see like the potential actual range that can trade.
What I was oh sorry, go.
Well, just check in. This is RTY back to POC, ES back to Globex high, and coming in this 1800 on NQ. So this is top of ranges pretty much across the board here.
I was looking for, if 65s weren't going to hold sauce, I was looking for a move down into that 55. Because that 55 was basically VWAP at the time, and then our 30-second opening range, it was at 48.50. But like if we didn't see a significant buyer there, like what are we doing? Like we're probably going down to like 36, 37. That's where our last buyer was seen before this lift. So it would have been a much better short for me to just play this rejection, acceptance below, and then play this down into like this area where our last buyer was seen for me. This is I guess this is a good way. I don't know if you saw this, but this is how I've been viewing this area for the entire day. I've just been updating this footprint. The boxes haven't shifted. Yeah, and so like we knew that 1800 edge was the short, so we were playing the shorts there, but like I was at that point sick of the range. But like this is the range that I've had marked on it you all day. That being like hard resistance above. And then that 50 is like this 50 area is our pivot for directionality. Did I get back in? No, I didn't. I haven't taken a trade since I started yapping. These Russell rotations, I think, are giving you your best entries. And we talked about this, I think, before you got on. But like tick into our extremes on the negative 500s into a pivot have offered some of the better setups on the day. And it's only into the low tick. The high tick, you want to be watching your first reactions into our 500, and then we watch for our first reaction into 0 off the rejection of 500. You want to see 0 hold off of your first 500 rejection, or higher lows, ideally, right? Or like that's been the pattern all today, is you get chop between chop and continuation of trend between 500 and 0. We look for that rotation back down to our extreme, which on the day is basically 500 to 600. And then we look to play up into 500 for first PT, look for a first hold of 0 for any sort of continuation. Those have offered like by far the best setups on the day with us just trading into a pivot. And then of course like just the Russell range rotation between pivots that have been on chart all day. Like it's clearly a box on Russell. You zoom out. Box. And the reason, another reason, the last 3 attempts below value on ES have failed, and we pushed back over. So now I'm just watching for rebids because I got screwed over on a short earlier before you hopped on, and I had to reverse the play and then go long after my stop out because we just like don't show any interest below value or back into value. It like starts to really slow down sell side, and then we just lift back up. So I'm a bit scared trying to take shorts other than at like the edge highs. Yeah, it's just rotations, balance right now. I'm just really like, I don't like these rotations at all. They've not felt great. Like there's the first test of our 0, right, from the breach for 500s gives you your relief. So like that's a secondary entry potential. Those have been playing all day from our first rejection of 500 off of a move from negative 500, look above, trend continuation, 0 test. Now we figure out if it's a reoffer or not. Those have been like decent secondaries. It just feels like the market, like that's just like how it feels today. Sometimes it's different, but like once you get a feel for like the pattern of how we're moving and rotating, stick with it until it doesn't work. If this might be a helpful visual from our higher time frame chart on ES. Or 5. This is where we are, right? We're just trying to make 55 supportive. This is that big old resistance level 52 to 55 with that low at 45s. This has been our resistance level for weeks. So us building here at the high of that node could be really good for us. Be great, but we need to see acceptance, and it makes sense that it's like pretty choppy up here. But like if we can build on the high of this node and look for retest it from 55s, like we should be able to look up into the high of our FOMC candles, or sorry, should be able to look up into the high of today and then into like 74. I think. I just don't know if it happens today, but if we can find acceptance up here at our range high, like there's room. But this is just like a main resistance. Remember, like the way that I built this is like this is an auction between our zones, this is an auction between our zones. So we're just watching how price rotates around the areas. So messy. And then like it's the same thing for here. Like if 55s can hold, let me look for like the 74 rotation. Price to build in between. Because we have this big ol' previous balance. You see where we are? This is our failure point from the previous balance that we traded before. Let me turn off everything. Scroll out 30 minutes. We are here. This is where we based last time before this move up. We are now trying to re-enter this balance, right? That's where we are currently trading, is this pivot between this balance, right? This auction that took place here, multiple weeks, and then we had another one that took place here. We are at this pivot between the two, trying to gain acceptance back in. And like if you look at our chart like this, which is what our pullback chart where we were looking for the bounce and relief, right? We're just at that resistance point. We know that this is a auction pivot where like we need to be able to breach back into this to rotate. You can see that edge. 62.50. Like then we build here and then we get a directional decision afterwards. Being able to break back in here would be big, but then it feels like it'll probably be choppy between 62 and 215 for a bit. But like that's why the action kind of feels bad, is because there's a lot of people who want to interact up here, and like I don't know if we're gonna get the break today or if it'll happen in after hours, like Vargas has been saying, where we'll get a 200-point candle, you know?
Huge.
Yeah, 1 minute after close. True.
You think, bud? Some value shifts happening come across the board now. POCs slightly shifting, values slightly shifting. Underlines Apple. NQ is pretty much established POC at this 90 now. Please continue to respect these like 46 area RTY, 1800 NQ until you see a very, very, very strong desire with ES over Globex high and Russell up toward 2048.
So the move will happen 15 minutes after close, as you're not allowed. Sorry, it's just
I
the
think
rules.
they should double leverage for Globex for time and a half.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I like that.
Oh, very nice cup. I was in that meeting. It was me and Kenny G, and they're like, "We have this one trader. Should we just take him out?" And Kenny was like, "Let it be done." Sorry, Kev. I didn't know it was you.
So I'm just looking at all your tags now. Like you're having fun today, man.
All right, we have RTY here looking over POC. Still, respect 1800. Respect this Globex high. Yes, you need a really strong desire to take here, like speed and size, or else we're just gonna do another rotation.
Guys are putting out the wrong energy. Need.
We're going to 20k, guys. Come on, this is already the prophecy has been told.
Rory isn't here.
Buckle
We
up.
need the energy.
Buckle up. But also respect the top of range.
Yeah, but
Yeah, if you could get off sides like really bad, Romeo, that'd be cool.
take one for the team.
Huge.
Hmm. Dude, get me out of here. I can't believe all the negative energy in chat blocked the market from going up. It's crazy.
I can. I can. Spent enough time with these guys. Like, makes sense to me.
Send of energy. Love that. I mean, the shitpost was an easy play. Still holding higher lows, though. I'm not a huge fan of the tick divergence. Need to see a solid lift. New PVZs just opened. We've got resistance at this 95.75 on NQ. It's OC to our 1800, imagine. Pullback level on ES is back down to 52s. Need to see a push and hold over our ETH high 7s on ES. Q pushing into our 1800 again. Easy high. Need to look above and then hold that as supportive if you want anything more, or that is it. Still tick divergence. I need a new phone game, man.
Phone game.
About to re-download Battle Cats. Hash Royale. My main Clash of Clans and Royale account were on an iPad that I no longer have access to. So I've kind of given up. I didn't get that in the divorce, the iPad.
Chain Russell here. You need like a really strong take, or we're gonna get slammed again.
I think my secondary account's still like on hall 10 or 11. I don't know what they're at now. I feel like they're probably at like 20. There you go.
This guy gets it.
Oh my god, Destiny. Oh, I can't bring myself to do it. I just can't.
This weekend is your weekend.
Uh,
Things are gonna get gnarly after this weekend.
I honestly don't even understand how Varg does it after playing Warframe. It's... I don't know. Holy. Big.
I believe. Start looking at 48 RTY. You need this like fast and even more, I feel like. This just will be a look above.
Yeah, we need Tick to actually break this most recent high, or it's still just divergence.
It's gotta go. Can watch like 15s NQ and what is this on ES? Like 61?
I won't believe in this move until I see RTY holding 49 as supportive. Peace,
Bye,
man.
Ty.
Wish I was a nap guy.
Do you though?
Kinda do. Kinda. Wish I could just like fall asleep for an hour and then be like fine, and not feel
Check it.
like absolute trash.
Fall asleep.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Just
saying.
Put the,
Like,
put the period there.
yeah, nice. Being able to like fall asleep on command and not just like lay in your bed with the idea of a nap for the next hour and then, you know, continuing on. Have I done a sleep study? No. But it's not like a breathing issue. It's an empty
Brain.
issue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Spoofing still work on Pokemon? I used to do that. I'll probably start up again. My new place. It's nice in a city, but like it gets they were banning accounts for I stopped. Used to play that with my dad. We were between like 3 different gyms. Really nice. You could access all of them from my apartment. Yeah, you're so right, Surf. Could not be me. Only way I fall asleep these days is from like pure exhaustion. And then there's like a 5-minute window to actually fall asleep, or then I'm just running on adrenaline while being exhausted. Nice job, Tatum. I'd love to see this 15 stay bid on Q. Russell still maintaining higher lows. ES into our 61 pivot. Watching our 0 tick test. Again, still have divergence. We might need a full rotation back down to negative 500 before we get continuation with flags holding. Just waiting for a bit more excitement. Just like 50. The buy side will hold this. And our 0 tick. Peace, Tatum. Yeah, when he said he was going to the beach, he actually.
Just under a minute till new 15s. Big kind of Apple move here as well. Tesla overview up, just a little check-in. We're making these looks.
So weird. 13. Thirteen's held. Need to see 15s now step up and bid. look above. We don't want to see the offer lower into it, where it'll be probably a failure from buy. Euro take hold so far. Need a bit more energy here. This Russell price action still isn't all that actionable. See a bit more.
Give oomph. Learn or be learned. Just read that.
Not one here into 20, into our most recent high. Need to get over 61s on ES, 49s on RTY.
I want to see 23s trade just for ego.
On NQ.
Yeah.
So, be nice.
I have a runner from 73.
Oh,
That's what I'm
nice.
holding. It's like I'm pulling the Rory. Fight for those extra points. Need a good ES market back.
Come on, Russell.
A lot of pressure on ES into the 61. Need to see the take. Watching icebergs here off of it. If we can go through now.
Nice.
I don't know how I got filled there, but I did.
Gee.
little check-in here. I would like to see more activity out of the Russell. Like NQ is holding, ES is holding, breakouts, like structure's fine here. Higher time frame, remember, we have like plenty of structural room up on ES 270, but you need like Russell up into VWAP and turn VWAP supportive, and then put pressure on like, you know, our current value high, 15-minute ORL, like a 45, or excuse me, 54 to 56. Dixie did come down, but it's holding this past base as well. This is just like the Apple show right now. I mean, Apple is just chugging.
$49 test, RTY, see if we can break. Need to see that become supportive for its top of range. Two hourly, three. See a decent rebid here. So if it's gonna hold 49. I still on 61s here on ES as well. Need to see a bit more speed as we on this reaction, or again, like nothing's. Not a huge fan of the tick, like making lower highs while pushing onto 0. It's like pop or nothing. You can only be so weak at the highs for so long before like a bit of a steep pullback's needed to bring in fresh liquidity, ice.
$20 seconds. New half hours, hours, 15s. Things divisible by those numbers. Math.
Yeah, just watching this reaction, or low tech hour, right? So this is that step back off the failure at the highs. Watching the Russell at our AVWAP.
Brutus? Why? This actually is the very interesting area on the daily surf.
NYMEX diesel June futures settle at $2.44 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline June futures settle at $2.55 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude June futures settle at $78.11 a barrel. That's down 84 cents or 1.06%.
Oh, that makes sense. It's 1:30 Central. Yes. You'd think I'd figure it out by now.
NYMEX natural gas June futures settle at $2.14.
If you're playing off of the Russell AVWAP or ESAV anchored VWAP, just move your stops up at least break even at this point. See a new high off of the Russell.
40% out for nothing.
True, man.
Get wrecked, Surf.
They inflate the prices already 20%. So it's like not even a discount.
Can't bring me down today.
What's today, man?
Surf's day. It's his day.
Flip flops? Hell yeah.
I can't believe you, as a 72-year-old man, wears flip flops still. That's crazy.
Got yourself some new grill masters. Impressive.
Are they Olakais? I mean, those are the only reasonable flip flops. I'm a big Sanuk guy. I don't know if you've ever had those, Surf. I have like so many. I love them. Oh, I like the big pair I have right now are like basically like worn through the bottom. I like the big clown like shoe slip-ons. Cruise egg.
Man.
Only downside, Surf, is they actually have zero traction on them. I wear them in the winter because it's screw socks. And I just fall everywhere.
Flip flops with no traction. Sounds like a death sentence. What?
They'll be like negative 15 here, and it's like, yeah, time to break out the slip-ons.
Come on, Russell, what are you doing? You need another bounce here at AVWAP. I need the lift over 49s, man. This guy's just willing to take there. Give me the 32 and then everything looks terrible. Bounce here or we do a full retrace back to 50. It needs to happen by ASAP or we're going to go for that negative 500 and that's a much better entry. Russell needs to find a low. Remember that. Watching this 47.6, bottom of our range. What fun, man. Chopping in the top. Not missing a thing. I do want to see like a tick extreme though, and then go further. $20K for sure.
Dude, a little 1813 or 18013 to 20K. It's just, it's a little tight on my R&R, but
Yeah, dude.
you guys don't run 18,000 point stops. That's just me.
This is where I look for the Russell low, if it's gonna do it. Hold here, we don't. So it'll be the full shift if we see bid step in at 46.7 and bring us back over. Then I feel like we just kind of trade back down to 45s if this doesn't hold. Fill that LVN. Watching again, we rotate down into our negative 500 tick.
So it had a little look, Bree. The main thing that I am most concerned about is when we look at like the pressure into the current highs of this range, you can see that there's not that huge desire to like take up and over by buyers into the ask there. Like the last 3 time tests is like 20 contracts, 27, 42. It's more of the bid stepping away. And there's definitely two-side transactions in this range, but without like that desire to take into the highs, it's not great. When you see like big size coming into the highs, it's much clearer there too, where it's like, okay, they're either going to get stuffed or they're going to win. And this, it's like there's just no desire to transact.
This is either our dip buy or we're going to 1800 here.
I got tagged out. I don't know if I'm gonna. I probably won't hit anything for the next 20 minutes. So you guys can go to 20k without me.
This just looks like the steeper pullback, but we need the extreme, and then we need to see the Russell bid. Look for PVZs for entry. Retest of our value makes the most sense. I'm very interested in that 1800 level. Back over 15s or one more leg down to test the PV value. Got our negative 500 hit. Now we just need to push over 0 to let us know that we're going to positive 500 on tick. Then we look for that 0 retest off the failure at 500 more.
According to US officials, they believe there has been some progress in hostage talks in Cairo, but still waiting to see the results.
Again, like if you're trading up the negative 500 tick,
futures settle at
risk off into 500 positive.
Barrel. That's down 71 cents.
And our Russell AVWAP is resistance. Then we want to see 0 hold on retest from that move. Been the same setup the entire day off of that extreme. Yeah, he said Cairo. Back to our 61s from the hold of 55s on ES and our negative 500 tick. Need to see the ability to bid at this high or low. We're going to get any more. Or again, we probably will have to wait for that 0 custom tick. Rotation. I'm out 1 here. Now looking for the high or low. If we're I just stopped out my final contract there. Lame. If I can get a re-entry or if it'll rotate back down to the low. Need to wait for the Russell to find the bottom. Still rotating 0 tick. My average up wasn't great, so stop had to be pretty to stay break even. Had to be like right on.
Feels bad. 15's just open, last 15 till final hour here.
My secondary was in that, so then I sold into the high, right? And then I tried adding at my average, and then we got a small bounce, but we didn't get the continuation, and then we got that both. Again, just playing off of that negative 500 into our grids. I said both. Oh, yeah. Stop that both. Yeah, because I had my final one there, but like again, my average, if my average was better, like if I had bid at 12s instead of adding on the break of 15, would have resulted in the same thing regardless. Opt out. $1,800 is like a huge level for us because that was our resistance for so long. There's a lot of volume that's been traded down there. So it's like on dips in, can we hold? The bids want to react and hold off of it. As of right now, yes, but it just like, okay, now we're building just a range where our previous resistance is now supportive, but it's not showing signs of expansion, right? Which is the problem. You need to see the Russell follow through before we actually get that, or it's just going to be choppy scalps. I don't know about mooning, but it'd go up for a bit. The higher time frame chart rejected our 61s and are now just coming back down to our 55 edge on ES, right? That's all we care about. Got our break and hold. It's the same thing for the 1800 on NQ. But like this was our resistance for quite some time. So like, can we build here? Dip buys, we look for that to become buyers to step in here at this 55, then make 61 supportive for that push up to 74. Or the worst case scenario, this doesn't hold, right? We see this reject. We look back into trade back down to value. I ideally want this scenario. And we can see like the range on you before this. We're just trying to hold.
Nine minutes here to last hour.
Oh, no, you're good, Kevin. I just saw your response. I just wanted to make sure it was clear. I had 2 on from the low, and then I added another contract, sold 2, and then that was that. Actually, no, I had 3 on at the low. And then again, it's just moving my stop to break even, trying to add in at a pivot, and playing off of it with a runner. Either it works or it doesn't. Either way, my loss isn't big. That's the key. If I'm going to get greedy with a single contract, I'm going to be greedy in the right direction. Physical stop? Yeah, I just have my finger on the trigger, usually. But that one, though, it's usually just a break-even stop, a limit placed on my contract, if it's for break-evens. If it's for my runner contract, it's almost always just a limit on break-even. There's no reason not to. So I can be objective. Because if I start moving my runner stop, then it's like, okay, well, what's the point? I can always get back in, but like I can never go red on a runner. If I allow myself to go red on a runner, then I'm like losing the plot. Might as well have just taken full profit at first PT.
I think for people practicing, a way to think about it is like when we look at where to place our stops, right? A lot of times I preach that that's an entry problem. It's not a stop placement problem, right? And I think it's the same way on adding, where it becomes, it's not like where should I add? It's does this make sense in terms of like a proper exit? And thinking about it as an exit problem might help clear some things up or have an aha moment for you.
I mean, if you can find an edge in that, go for it. I just need to be really objective with mine, especially when I have a bad entry. Then I have to like really be objective,
exactly.
which is what I had. So it's like, okay, like I'm not gonna allow my bad entry and now have a bad exit on my bad entry, right? Like just take the hit, come back. I'd rather have it as like a net zero gain or loss, and then just go on to the next. Yeah, well, like you saw how like I didn't add until we'd like breached over my first target and then held what I thought would be a breakout, right? Like I could have added more at 75s, but like if we had chopped it all there on that last trade, like I would have then just have moved up my average too much, and there was a lot of potential to then get stopped at. So, like I'll wait until my averages of the two contracts are equal to a pivot a lot of the times, which might be like too much math. But to me, like adding in to increase whatever would like my right, how do I say that? Like 65 and 85 together made 75. 75 was our resistance that then turned supportive. So like that holds or it doesn't, and then we reverse and trade the full range. But like if you're a bit more mindful of why you're adding and what your average will look like, right? Like your new average should still be relevant to the price action that you're trading. Yeah. That can definitely hurt your average as well. That'll increase it way too much, and then like your first ad like doesn't even. Nice bounce in bid off of our 43.5, which is our previous PVZ value high. It was good that we held there. I'd like to see 44.50 now bid on the Russell if we're going to break this downtrend. We do not get big movement until we see the Russell be able to hold the higher low and break. This was another test into our negative 500 on tick. Testing 0 now with the Russell attempt breakdown. Potential move here. Yeah. Just need to see if we can get over. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like it has to then be a break-even stop if you're doing that. Because you're adding way more leverage. So you're going to take a loss on 2 contracts, and then your last contract is just going to make it scratch out. But like if you move it below, your RR is skewed. Mario, what is one trade type or like mechanical trade that you can think of that would result in like on average usually 10 to 15? What's a trade?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think for ES you need the day type, right?
Yeah.
Where like the range is acceptable, but honestly for just like you need to have, and it's like a setup I talk about a lot, but where you're pretty balanced in a wide auction and you get that liquidity look where we build a node and then a real strong trap in that node of like in a bullish example of like sell side traders and then playing that oscillation back through.
Yeah.
Because there's more like ES trades much more in terms of like if you get that trap, the punish is a longer time frame, then like on an NQ punish can happen like really quickly. If that makes sense, what I'm trying to get at. So like just looking for that, but you need the day type. Like today is tough because we don't retest the lows since like an hour and a half, 2 hours after open. So like if you're not in from there and holding, like you're not going to get it on the balance day. But like even like yesterday, if you're combining like Globex with yesterday's RTH, and you see like, okay, well yesterday's Globex value low was our initial resistance at 70, and we have a node built in RTH, so it's like combining those two auctions, and the second we break through, you can get your 10-point oscillation through that Globex balance. So it's like using that on an intraday, or the combo, depending on where we're trading, right? It's hard to like say like, well, this, and like even last Friday was another like, okay, we have a strong Globex auction, and then like we support it above and build a node and like in RTH. But just like that setup, but it needs to be the certain day type.
Yeah.
Because the punish is a longer time on ES, and on NQ the punish will be a larger range, but it'll happen like really quick. And that's one of the, I guess with that, that's why I recommend people, especially struggling with like entries and stuff, to really focus on ES, because you need, if you hit the right spot, you can take a lot of points and it's really easy. And then when you get used to that and you transition to NQ, okay, now you're actually buying like bottom of ranges, and you can really push it because of the point capture potential.
I was talking to them earlier, where it's like, if you can focus in on a single play a day, or just like a very specific setup that you're comfortable with, that with how prop firms work, with them actually being on like Sim, you can get all of your accounts filled and take one trade a day and still capture like your full day's worth of points and only play your A+ setup. And like it either presents itself or it doesn't, and that's the one, literally the one trade you take, and all of a sudden all of your accounts are good.
Yeah, I've noticed even like over the past couple months that most of the time, like I have like one really solid trade, and then I try to force it and chip away, and then maybe I'll get like one more good one until like the last hour, and just like, so that like just resonates with that as well, where it's so easy to try to force in areas where it's like, oh well, this could hold, or like, oh, this should hold, versus like, no, this is where this is like the most extreme like area, and just looking for that initially.
I think for a lot of people that might be the better move.
Definitely. I mean, it's even like I said, there are times where I can literally scalp for like 4 hours non-stop, and it's great. And recently, I have not felt that way personally. And it's like, even like my trade today, right? Like that was like my primary trade, where I just like get in, and where it's like, okay, this is a higher low in an area where I know there are buyers, and then I'm looking for that expansion because of Apple pushing, because of all, you know, Tesla coming up over VWAP, then Microsoft and Nvidia holding. Like now that I'm in it in a good spot, the analysis becomes easier, because I don't have to focus on that entry anymore, like in out in out in out.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly,
1800 guys to 15. That's your first range target. Remember, 1800 is our pivot on it. Russell 43.5. Nothing is broken, just bottom of range. But we need to see a lift over 15s here. Well, this is it. Want to see a bit more follow through from RTY. Then again, the lift over 15. In there to defend.
Here is, I'll post this as well, but this is like what I was talking about with yesterday, where you can wait for the secondary entry, so you don't need to be like toying around like a knife catch, either on the short or the long. But once you see these like, and you can let a lot of range play, but both like that short and the long on ES by using the Globex auction and seeing that we have a strong auction below, and then the second we accept back in, and just play those two node oscillations, right? The short being the RTH node and the long being the Globex. And that's both offering essentially 10 points in either direction, plus or minus. 5 points. Well, more plus 5 points, but you don't have to like him and ha around some of those areas. And even after that short, like the long is fine as well, right? Like it's the same trade. It's just the opposite direction.
You see how we're just holding that 55 and that 1800 on NQ like we went over? Top of our rotations again. Like these are our key pivots. We rotated this range for so long today. So again, 61 is resistance on ES from the hold of 55s. But we need to see it build above 61 and then we can look for more. Until then, this is the top of your range on both NQ and on ES. 1800 hold up to our 22 target. On 55 hold up to our 61 target. Why do we care? Because this is the previous range highs where that seller was. Want to see buyers hold. You just need top of range. Russell's still diverging. You're not going to get much more until we see the Russell find a low again. You're so dependent on NQ here for more upside. Which is fine as long as it continues, right? But we need the breach over this most recent high. And ideally Russell to hold this low at 5. Just understand what has momentum and what needs to continue to hold for a trade to play. So we want to see this triple bottom here, Russell. If NQ is going to be able to flag, we want Russell to be able to just kind of like trade sideways. Any dip, get bought. If this starts to drag down and then offer what was our buyer, right, in this LVN, then we will rotate further down. See a big bid step in here if it's going to do it. Now watch to see if this is our offer at 43.5. Again, failure here just results in full rotation of this lower node. Okay, we have an LVN here. Looking to see if buyers are willing to grab into this and lift us back up, or if this will become our offer or a rotation. They'll wait for us to come back down to PVZs. Russell needs to find that low, or just like, why are you looking for a breakout? $43.5 retest, Russell. See if we can get back into this previous balance, or if this will hold as resistance on offer. So far pivot's holding, but need to see a bit more. This is just our re-offer points across the board.
I think that's funny, Ty. I don't think it's sad.
Do I think that was a short cover? No. Yeah, you might have some closing there, but just seems like relief. Just a retest to see if our node edge is now holding. Like, it's the same as before, right? This is either going to be our buyer here in this LVN, or it's going to be our seller here. Have we now transitioned from this auction this new one, or can we make it supportive?
Pretty big Apple test here. Decent size sell back to VWAP.
NQ coming back down into bottom of our range.
Apple just sliced through that VWAP.
Russell's actually taking it like a decent amount of size. Just being absorbed. Pretty annoying. Choose.
So whack. I like it, Kev. Little end of week.
Party is going to be insane. Insane. FML, dude. Holy.
1.5 minutes here to last 15. I'm still just like really watching Apple here. Full retrace of that sell back to POC. So a pretty big two-directional move in the last 15 minutes.
So back to our pivot here, 44.5. See if we can look over and hold. We know seller POC is up at 45.1. We want to see the ability to build, like I have drawn, the ideal for upside. We're going to do another rotation. If not, then look for strong seller, and then 55 still holding on ES, no change. 100 still holding. Range rotations.
Oh, it's a half hour. Holy cows, we have a half hour. I thought that was okay. Think we get another rotation? Here we go.
Russell maintain this higher low is the question. if we're gonna get it, you either want to see a pushback over 57s here on ES, or I think you get a wick down into 50 with a. You're just rotating POC now. Yes, you need to see the Russell like really pop here with NQ or 1800. I don't want to see this become a rejection. Speed is like and so slow. Want to see that bid now stay up above 1800s, defend it. You from the hold. POC. Need to get back over 55s on ES. Again, like Russell's pretty precarious spot. 43.5. This is your first risk off if you are in this. ETH high, ES. NQ middle of range. There's just so much supply. Come on, RTY.
This afternoon just feels like so bad.
Yeah.
The range is good, but man, it feels like it's like tired.
This is like how it was an hour before you
Yeah, it looked like
die.
it.
Wait, what's important about this weekend in Destiny?
I just that this is so with the new game mode, it's like decently easy right now, but next week the difficulty goes up like exponentially.
Why?
That's just the progression of it.
Oh, okay.
It just gets harder every week.
Debating if I let this last 1800 one go break even, let's look for the full range, or if I just exit. Need over 15s or any more on NQ. Offer to just be sitting there. Over that, we can look for 20 again. NQ from the bottom of our range to the top. Can't imagine what the 5 even looks like. The 15 is just like on the footprint is like range, one candle push, range. Entire day.
Yep.
5 has to be like completely unreadable. Dude, it's Moas.
Oh my goodness, look at that thing go.
You actually did.
Okay. I have my new favorite GIF that I will continue to spam.
GME. Oh.
Right now it's 1 minute till the last 15s. Man, I'm usually not like itching to get out of here, but holy cows. Apple, another just gigantic retrace here. Moving. It was not a bad week for me. I was much more passive and chill. I mean, there was not as much offered as last week. At the beginning, pre-FOMC. I thought it would be a lot better of a week in terms of movement. Not that this was bad, but it wasn't great.
At least those that talk. Seems that way, Kevin. I don't know what the lurkers are doing.
I just assume that they must be winning.
Because if not, they should be asking questions, right? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be trading the last half hour if I wasn't at my screen. Oh no. CJ, are you here? I heard on Twitter people were saying that car dealership zero sale. Jesus. What a close. What a banger of a close.
Oh, we still got 12 minutes left, man.
Ah yes. The power 12 minutes.
This Apple move, well, everything else is sideways, is actually crazy.
What if it cracks either way? Well,
And price will change.
yeah.
Imagine.
Oh. Hopefully enough people think it will crack, and then they get squeezed. It goes the opposite.
Ooh.
That's my hope. Where's Ty, man? Did he wake up from his nap? I need him to let me know what's supposed to happen. No in between.
Surf, what's for dinner tonight, man?
I like that, Ty.
Some taco, but it's not even Taco Tuesday, man. You're gonna get a fish
Marks on
taco?
close imbalance.
Kind of taco.
800 million to the sell
I
side.
think he's legally required to, Ali.
Last time I had fish tacos was when I was in Florida.
Hmm.
Can relate. Pierogi night in the Mario
Ooh.
household.
That's a night I can get behind.
Kielbasa, a little
Oh yeah.
pierogi on the side. Well, let's be honest, it's pierogies with kielbasa on the side, but... Oh, there we got Tatum excited now. Thinking about it. Thinking about it.
I feel like a patty melt always sounds better than it actually is. The idea of a patty melt sounds great, and then I eat it and I just feel bad.
The best patty melt is from Culver's, actually.
Culver?
Yeah, the Culver's patty melt slaps. But it's like they like soak the bread in butter.
I mean, how
So
could it be
it's
bad?
like it's actually butter that you're just having around it. That might be why it's good.
It's definitely not why it's bad. You know? Definitely hoping. Oh yeah, this looks decent.
Yeah, I get it with like bacon and barbecue. It's got the fried onions. Yeah, it is us, essentially.
Which is so far away. 50-minute drive for me. Out in the White Flight neighborhoods.
Yeah, I like Culver's is good, but no. I'm a Burger King purist, so you know what are you gonna do?
Our first look over on the Russell in quite some time. NQ back up to our resistance here. Halfway back on the 15 and our AVU up. See if we get any follow through. I'm inclined to believe we will with the Russell looking up. Probably goes into a 46.7 side. Remember 15s on NQs where that seller's sitting. Yeah, I hope so. This is our target on the Russell. See if sellers are willing to interact here, or if they're gonna just take us all the way up. Seems like it's just a straight bid, but I'd like to see a retest, to be honest. Seller's still here at 46.7. 15 on NQ. Look for a pullback and then look for a bid if it's gonna happen.
Because if you think it's too much, it's definitely too much. Because most
Yeah.
of the stuff you post is too much.
Yes. I'd like to see this 1800 bid if it was going to for the high or low. This doesn't hold. No trade at all. I wouldn't consider it.
Fitch Ratings say US credit momentum will be tempered by rate uncertainty.
Oh boy.
Apple's still just getting crushed here.
Later, Nikki. Have a good one.
Goodbye.
Holding the offer at 1800. Be clear. Again, just the same as before. It's like you have 15-point ranges in Q. Either this holds and then we push back down. Look for 5. Or we come back up and look for 15s. Regardless, 3 minutes left. What a garbage last hour of the day.
Yeah, it's been rough. It was good action. It's just like mind-numbing.
Yeah.
I don't want to like put the wrong for people listening. Like, it was not bad action. It was just bad for the brain.
Hamas say we emphasize movement's positive spirit while studying ceasefire proposal and going to Cairo with the same spirit to reach an agreement. Hamas say we are
Okay.
determined to reach a truce agreement in a way that fulfills Palestinians' demands.
Bro, never happening.
Alright.
Oh, that war's never ending.
Alright. Two minutes. And it's time for eggs, friends. Most important time of the day.
What kind of eggs are you feeling today?
Oh, we'll do probably burrito,
Hmm,
hash browns, and a little sausage.
maybe that's the move.
Always the move.
Breakfast for dinner. Sounds like that might actually be the game plan.
I'm gonna go fall off a wall for an hour, hour and a half, and then eat some pierogies. That's the Friday schedule. Oh, I have to go to Home Depot too. That's what I'm saying, Surf. Go pick up some wood. Bye, Kev.
Hey, Kevin, have a good weekend.
Let's go. Good to hear it, Kev. Keep it up, my friend.
Oh boy. What a draining day.
$30 seconds.
This is it. 20K.
Here we go. Buckle up. You better be long at least 50 contracts here. I should have just stayed in bed.
I told you that when you got on that it was not.
Oh,
It was
brother.
not worth. It's not worth being here. What a dumb day.
All right, time to get off sides, Varg.
These be true. You don't want that to be true, man.
It's not true. I don't even know, like, what would have to happen?
There's nothing, like the market would, there's not enough liquidity. What would have to happen is a good question. GME would actually, no, because it would just be a rotation anyways. They'd have to cover, so I don't even know.
Yeah, like Moderna would have to come out with a drug that like you don't age anymore.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that would be enough.
Yeah, it'd probably have to be financial, healthcare. Like everything else is super.
I don't even know if that would actually pump the market. Like, is there a need to invest if you live forever?
I don't know if they were thinking about it like that.
You know what I mean? Worst trading day of 2024?
I don't know about that. Maybe for you personally. Is that what you mean?
Varg's a little soft, so you can't take, you know.
Well, you've been killing it, so a humbling day made sense.
Good. It's good for you.
For the week, the S&P
Build
500
character.
gained 0.55%, the Nasdaq rose 1.43%, and the Dow climbed 1.14%.
All right, goodbye, everybody. I will see you next week. For those still here, there's a chance we probably won't do class next week. I don't know. I won't be able to stream it and stuff effectively. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be like the old days where I just
Yeah,
stream. It's up to you. I don't care.
maybe we take a week off. We'll see. All right, goodbye, everybody. I will see you next week, regardless.
Peace.
Adios.
Don't, if 15's hold, right? You can trade up into 2350, but don't really expect much more than that if you're in long from 1800s. This has just been the top. I'm out of here though. Just keep respecting the edge. Oh, all right. Yeah, well, it's a hindsight trading day because it feels so bad, right? So like the moves, again, like what Mario was saying, like the rotations are okay, but getting there is the issue. And then like actually by the time we get there, interacting there becomes really hard because you're already like mentally drained by that point. It's just, it's one of those days. It's rough. But yeah, I don't know. I'll see you guys Monday. If you have any questions, DMs, you want to go over trades, you want to talk about anything, just DM me. You know the drill. I'll respond when I can. Later.